Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev. I've spent the last couple of days. I filmed a video. I edited the video. Been working on some side project stuff. I have been working on Insignia VFX, lots of bits and pieces. So I want to say a big welcome everyone today who happens to be in chat. Swizz is here, Meowj is here, Volpicular Melt is here. Also a big thanks to anyone watching on YouTube, and final thanks to Jen Alastur and Baumund Wanig for the most recent follow and subscription respectively. Thank you so much. Okay. So we're working on Insignia today, and I'm just firing up Unity. I will also be I don't know what we're going to do today. We're going to maybe do VFX. That's what I'm thinking we'll do. But I spent some time just yesterday importing a bunch of my old like Ludum Dare Game Jam submissions into my Git repo, like my Git account, as separate repos. So I now have like most of them. I opened up Throneless and Chainmail and Wanderwood and all these other games, just like revisiting them for archival purposes, making sure they run and stuff like that. I don't know what drove me to do that. I think I wanted to do some isometric or hex tile stuff. I was thinking of doing a hex tile tutorial, but I kind of needed to do a bit more research on that before I filmed the video. So instead I made a video about painting rocks. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Throneless is, I mean, it's in a funny spot. You know, I kind of wish I could go back and I might even rebuild it from scratch one day if I get the chance. I think there's still a really cool game there. I just don't know. What I built is not. I probably would do it in 3D today if I was to do it again from scratch rather than pixel art. Anyway. So, Insignia. Can I fetch? I think I was doing some work. I hope I pushed it. This was, yes, water directional. Yeah, we're all good. 3D art style. I mean, low poly with pixel art textures is awesome. I really like that stuff. So I also had a chat last night with Elzak about long-term features for scene map and what the rest of the roadmap looks like for that. We kind of agreed on what we wanted to do before we release it. So I can go through those really quickly with you all. Basically, having events start anywhere, like off the grid, and then just go to a port. Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. So that's an important one. So like from any scene, you can call this event and it goes to this door in this level. That's something that I want to add. And then the ability, sorry, that's what this is. This one is just connecting to ports specifically, which we have now. So I can do some styling on that at some point. And then creating ports from the toolbar. So being able to like hover at the bottom of this, drag a port onto this, and then be able to connect to that port, which is harder to do, but something that we're going to look into. And then custom colors per node is just a thing I think we could do. And then node settings in an inspector so that you can edit these settings and have the node respond in real time rather than tinker around with the settings and guess. So we'll see if that's, how long that takes us. Elzac's, he's a bit busy the next couple of days, so I don't expect much progress on these feature-wise. In the meantime, I might do some tutorial stuff for what happens when you, like that port dragging onto the thing. We're not actually going to do that in 1.0. Instead, we'll do like a tutorial entry point that teaches you how to do it yourself rather than us doing it. So, okay, that's where scene map is at. For Insignia, I had a really interesting time playtesting some of this water stuff that I was working on. So I actually was quite impressed by, if I press play on these particles, this was actually looking pretty good. Like, it's not perfect yet, but that feels, more like water than any of the other versions we've done before, I think. If I go to this smaller version, let me see if I can get this working in one go. Yeah. I mean, that's not bad. What do you think? Like as close as you can get to water, I think that's kind of, I don't know. Is it not Shift A, Control A? No. Shift A, Alt A? No. How do I toggle the on? I thought it was Shift A. That's what I had sort of towards the end of the previous stream. And what I'm trying to do now is, I mean, maybe that's just good enough on its own, but the idea would be, sorry, I want to stop playing with it. The idea would be that I would have different, so, okay, let me actually explain this to you properly so that we don't get, there's no, I'm sorry. Let me get through this. I'll get there, I promise. Okay. The previous strategy was we would take the cardinal directions and then we would pick just one half and I would do the diagonals like that. That was the previous strategy. Thinking that, well, gravity needs to play a part in a lot of this stuff. Like we want the particles to fall down. So I can't just take this and flip it and mirror it to do that. Honestly, with this current setup, I kind of don't even know if that's important. I feel like it kind of just works. Like it's more the bubbles that look right to me. The way it dissipates just feels, I don't know. It kind of just feels like water. And so instead, what I thought was maybe it would be better instead of worrying about these angles to instead do 1, 2, 3 of these angles. So ignoring this and this, just do horizontal, 22 degrees, 45 degrees. And then flip the horizontal for vertical, and then all of these just get duplicated for the additional quadrants. So you really do 3 instead of doing 5. And these 3 get used, at every different thing. The other thing that I was considering was doing it based on length. So a very short version, a medium version, and a long version that are straight. Now, I don't expect that we would need to use this very often. Basically, imagine we have like a curve that we want the thing to move along. the idea would be that you would have like, okay, looking at the times when it changes direction, this would be a short, this would be a medium, and then maybe this would be like 2 longs, and then a medium, 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 maybe a short here, medium, short. So the idea being that when we have a long stretch of like tracked distance, if it's moving fast and in a straight line, then I can do a much more elaborate flow of water that kind of looks like it's more detailed. The thing that I'm concerned most about with this current look, which maybe it's not even worth caring about it, maybe it already looks good, but is just that it looks very particle. It's very particular. You know what I mean? Like if it feels kind of a little bit, maybe it's not a big deal, but maybe the thickness of it to me feels a little thin. Do you think if I made these thicker that would just solve it? Well, yeah, like I want it more continuous. That's what I was thinking. Like an attack would look like this, right? So I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Also note that the pixels are being rotated here. So this isn't the exact look, but it would be a square version of this. So when these are going 45 degrees, currently it's just one particle system being rotated. But long term, I would have straight versions of each of them. So that's actually not too hard to do. I just have to rotate them here in Aseprite and then just pick the rotated ones. So here, you can see the difference between like the short version and the big version. They're maybe not that drastically different. So I don't really need diagonal down, diagonal up, forward, down. I just need up, and then this rotated 45 degrees and this rotated 22 degrees. So let's just take this. Take this to 8. Take this to 9 to 16 and call it 22 diagonal. I don't understand what you're seeing that's not good. That's good if you feel that way. Okay, so the first thing is that when I move it, hang on. See how like the pixels themselves are not, they're rotated. So I want to fix that by doing these extra angles. That's no big deal. That's fine. The other thing is, see how repetitive this is? It's like the same particle, the same particle, the same particle, the same particle. That could be fixed if I had longer versions of the particle that are just alternate variations, so that it's kind of, you're getting like a long version, a medium version, a long version, medium version, or even just like a couple of longs, mediums either side. I think that the goal here is that like in this moment, this part here where you're seeing like, I'll explain something. This is actually, I'll try not to explain it too much, but it's actually kind of important when it comes to pixel art VFX. When you're trying to create a volume of something in a normal particle system, right? You could say, I have like this particle, this particle, this particle, this particle. And the more you create, you could do some sort of alpha blend so that where they overlap, it starts getting darker, right? There's this like multiply effect right? Where you can do that. And in like 3D graphics, that's how most particle systems work. You just have this like additive, you put lots and lots and lots of particles and then they behave more, you know, whatever. The problem with this is it's hard to shade this as a particle system in a typical engine because there's no sense of the group. There's no sense of like, you know, there is, if you have like two particles like this, it's really not feasible to go, oh, I'm just gonna like smoothly do this. They call it metaballs, this metaballs style, you know, thing where I have it feels like one fluid body that's being, you know, that has two kind of like center parts or whatever. This thing here, you can, I've done it, you can kind of achieve it, but it doesn't look good because it's not stylized. It's very procedural. It just looks like a bunch of spheres when you do that. So the only reasonable answer at that point is to stop thinking about a particle as like a drop of water and start thinking about a particle as a cluster of particles that you hand animate. So I can make this look and feel the way I want. If I'm drawing water, you know, I would have like a streak, let's just say like this. And there would be parts where it's like, I want this to be a little thinner here, like a little like foamier on the edges. Maybe I want to do some of this like caustics, right? Where like you get this kind of like chicken wire pattern that's coming through the water. Maybe I would want some of this to be a little bit more like that and like little droplets coming off the back. You know, there's these kinds of visual symbolism or like traits, right? That something that is moving, that is like a if you are doing it as art, right? Like drawing a beach or something, you would have these elements that make it read like water. Maybe even a bit of green at the front. And achieving this with tiny little particles that are this big is really hard to do. But if I have that, if I animate that and I draw it, I have it, right? Like it's there. I just need to know when to place this stamp as opposed to how to make this appear out of a particle system, right? How to like get this effect. I don't need to figure out how to make it. I can make it by hand, but I need to figure out how to where to place it. And the goal for me is always about how do I get the most of this hand-drawnness, but stamped in a way that makes the most sense for the context. So really, really smart stamping is much, much better than trying to replicate a fluid system in Unity with a particle system. And the bigger the stamp, the more hand expressed it looks, the more like expressive and intentional and designed it's going to look. If I made this out of 100 dot little blue dots, if that's all this was, it would just look like 100 blue dots. But it's because of these like more intentional patches of the fluid stylized with pixel art. The bigger those patches, the more hand-drawn it feels. So that's why I'm looking at this and going, okay, how do I make this more? How do I get more out of this? I want more surface area to play with so I can describe to you the bubbles, the flow, the dynamics, the caustics, the foam. I want a bigger stamp. Not all the time. I don't always want a bigger stamp, but where I can afford to place one, that's going to help everything feel way better. Right? In here, that's where I get to draw all the cool bubbles and the way that the light reacts with it, all that stuff. Make sense? Hey, Peter Paul. I don't know how many other people. I don't know of another pixel art game that approaches things that way. Maybe Soldiers. Maybe. I'll have to look at it. For like kind of like procedural, but also hand-drawn, like getting the most out of a hand-drawn particle system. I don't know who else is doing it this way. It's probably been done for years. At like a AAA level, maybe like on the Game Boy Advance or something, they would have done a lot of this kind of thing, or the DS. But I'm certainly having to discover it myself at the moment, so I'll take that credit. I think most projects just don't go this far. They just don't bother. It's usually just do a canned thing and that's it. Because it's so hard. It's so hard to make things feel like they are one cohesive system. It's actually so hard with just doing it inside of an engine. You've seen it. I showed you guys this. My current system, it looks okay, but it doesn't look like Insignia, right? This stuff. See that? See how it's like, do you know how hard it was to get this to do what it's doing? This took ages. This took weeks to get like multiple shader passes over the screen space to shade the particle system rather than the particles in the system, so that I could figure out depth and then shade it based on the depth. That took forever. And I can't tweak it any further than this. This is it. That's all you get. This is as good as it's ever going to look, unless I manually go through and, I don't know. It's just impossible. And the way that the particles fade away, unfortunately, because they're still circles, there's only so much you can do with that. So I had to do like just transparency. It doesn't even look bad. I know it doesn't look bad, but like it doesn't look expressive the way that I want it to, because I have a specific thing in mind. So given that I have a specific thing in mind, you know, I want to be able to express that. Not you. Wait, it is this level, but it's not that. Whereas this feels like it's Insignia, right? That feels like somebody drew this. So, yeah. It's more obvious without the scan lines, the rotating. Anyway, so let's keep going. So technically that's the 45. This is the 45. This is going to be the 22. I might just take the up version, paste it here, and then rotate it. I guess that is the 22 that I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I probably shouldn't even be doing... I probably should just finish it here first, make it look as good as possible. I might just keep doing that. I'll get it right. That's also so impressive. It's done by hand. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Somebody had to animate all of that. That's insane. Makes me look like a chump. Yeah, that's like an insane flex. And you know what we could do is we could actually flip every second one. So we take this one, go like this, flip this one on the y-axis, and then rotate it. And that way we'll get a little bit more variation out of it. So that's just the 3 main angles. The logic here is going to be a little different from what we've already got, but we're going to figure it out no matter what. So let's have a look. So we have these particle systems, and then this index value increments for every different particle system. So this is just purely rotational, but what we want instead is for it to be dispersed by angle. So it's actually quite a different behavior. Multiple systems. I guess I could write a clone of this. Transform particle emitter. It's not that long of a script. All right. Hey, NZ. So what I'd want is a public. So let's see if I can make this work. I'm not too bad today. Not too bad. So it's angles and it's lengths. Which means we've got, it's kind of a matrix, but anyway. How do we want to do this? I think we want to like pick an angle. It's almost like a 3-dimensional array. Or like a 2-dimensional array of particle systems, angles and lengths. I don't know how we represent that other than just lists. I just started to make pixel art for my game. It's top down. I'm a little bit confused, I think. When I make a tree or building or even the character, is it best to draw the shadow or not? Depends. If the shadow is going to be, if the thing moves over multiple tiles, I would just bake the shadow in. But if you can, you could have a procedural shadow. So you could have like a little circle that follows around the character, underneath the character. That would be a nice way to do it too. It just depends on what you're using it for. It's going to be different for different things. Like a building might have a shadow that you want to put on the environment, like as a separate asset underneath the building sprite, or even just part of the building sprite, but it has to be transparent. And there's some stuff there to think about. Let me just think about this for a second. No, not an Insignia. Transparency, I think, is a bit of a... It's not worth it in this context. It's better to have solid color that confidently reads as water than to try to do transparency, because transparency stacks. So imagine... This is your water. You make it transparent. Whoops. Whoa, where did we go? Here. If I add a bunch of water particles, now it doesn't look like... It's the difference between this and this. What you think you're getting is this. That's what you would want to see. What you actually get is this. So imagine this now as, say, this thing. Each circle is one of these. Now you do this 3 times, and then you make it semi-transparent. That's what you get. You've just totally ruined the artwork at that point. Like, I can't see any of the cool details I just created. All I've got is like a mess of whatever. So it's better for the artwork to sit as billboards on top of each other. So at least you see something in the middle that's actually correctly detailed. You know, that's better than this. No, not good for fire. This is what I'm saying. If you're doing a 3D game, maybe you could get away with it. But most, even movies, don't do this. When movies want to show you like a fire, they will take fire cards and they will place them around whatever, like if it's a special effect. They won't take 50 fire effects and stack them to make more fire. They will actually just like make them distinct, because the fluid dynamics of what an actual tongue of fire is doing is at the like you know, atomic level. You're seeing like the reaction of the fire, it emits light, and then how that interacts with the lens, creating, you know, the glow and all of that. You've captured it once, you've drawn it. If you just do that again, that's not what real fire looks like stacked onto each other. You have to either simulate the entire fire particle effect from scratch, or use like one card But stacking cards is just like copying and pasting a video of fire. You know, like that's just not, you can do it. You can do it. And in 3D, again, it's sort of okay. You can sort of get away with it a little bit. More for water than for fire, but mostly because it only really works for water, because water is typically like, in video games that have like water magic that are 3D, a lot of the time what they'll do is something more like this. They'll just do a white, they'll do like it's like white and semi-transparent, not blue. You know, it's kind of like this very clean thing. So, and that works. You can do lots of that stuff, no problem. But, or like if it's an ocean in a 3D game, that's like a whole shader. Like if you can do it in one pass, it looks okay. But if you have multiple passes of an effect, it's just, I don't like it. I've been doing this for a long time now. I started playing around with the particle systems in this game in like 2023. Now it's 3 years later, and I've spent at least a month in each of those years, like trying different things, ribbons, you know, particles, cards and billboards versus like, yeah, more procedural stuff. And this is the way that works for me for what I'm trying to do with my game. So what I want to know is if I can do this and then have a list of angular particles and then populate that and see that show up in the inspector. So this becomes no longer a transform particle emitter, it becomes an angular particle emitter. No. Even with a serializable object like that? Particle system is serializable. Particles is serializable. Float is serializable. They all are serializable. So why can't I do a list of lists that are serializable? Ah, because it's not public. Ah, that would also help. City me. Yes. So now I can add the different things that I want. So it's like 0, 22, 45. And then in each of these, I have the lengths that I want. So like 0.08, 0.24, 0.64, or like 0, 0.16, 0.32. So that's a lot of particle systems, but it's going to be 6, yeah. Wait, but I've got 2 versions. This is like more like 24. This goes away. Okay. Ooh, did I screw up? This is what I wanted. I know this looks insane, but I promise it's not. So like 3 angles. First angle is 0, second angle is 22, third angle is 45. Which means actually it's not like this. It's diagonal and then this is like short. Medium. So then it's 45 short, 45 medium. And then this is 0 and this is like 24. I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, we're in hoodie mode. Okay, so let's write this down. This has to work differently. Yeah, of course. We'll be doing scene map soon. I'm just waiting on Elzac to do some work. He'll be probably done by Monday, and then I'll have more work that I can do on top of his work. So don't worry about it. There will be more scene map. All right. So, in fact, this now, dist pos equals distance from previous pos to pos. And then dist is greater than tolerance. Distance minus equals the selection. So actually we need to know oh gosh. Angles first and then distances, or distances and then angles? I guess we just need to know. I think we do angles first, right? And then we pick the distance based on the angle. So we pick... Oof. This is really hard. This is all happening in a straight line no matter what. So float remaining distance is dist. So that's how much is left. So we're always having to plug in dist here. And the angle, we only have to solve once, which is prev pos, pos minus prev pos. We're picking which particle system we want to spawn a particle from based on different hand-drawn pixel artifacts that I've got. So the logic here is going to be what do I got? 0 and 16. So if the length is less than my length, pick it. Otherwise, return the last one. Correct. Yep. So then we get particles and we do this, we do this. I don't think we need to do this aligned to velocity anymore because that's part of what this is already doing. We don't have to increment an index because we don't have an index. I don't know what this offset is. Yeah, I think this get particles is going to have out float dist. And then here, I just think we pick. That'll do. Okay. However, just because we picked this doesn't mean hang on. It could be, yeah. I have to clean it up first. I'm probably gonna have to figure this out by hand because I don't know, like, the particle system's direction is up, but I don't know if it thinks that its default direction relative to the rotation is forward. So I might have to rotate it 90 degrees after this point. D here is, yeah, I don't know. We'll come back to that. This is really the delta, where P is previous spawn minus offset. And then this is interesting. It's tough. I mean, and deer here is this, right? Yeah, it's kind of redundant. But my brain's not really turned on right now enough to mentally know what to do with it. I'll come back to it. It is garble right now. I can accept that. So, the problem is we passed the angle in. There's our angle. This angle is going to be there's something different about this that I need to be careful about. Deer times tolerance is not the same as the delta. They're different. There is something, I need to be careful of that. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to say for all of these angles, okay, we'll get there in a second. When I picked the angle here, this angle should be like, I guess, I know what I'm trying to say, but it's hard to say it in mathematics. I'm trying to say I have up to 45 degrees, right? After 45 degrees, I want this to be the same as if once we hit here again. So it's like, there's this is all 0. This is all 22. This is all 45. And then this is 90 degrees plus 0. 22 degrees plus 0. 45 degrees plus, sorry, no, 0 plus 0, 0 plus 22, 0 plus 45, 90 plus 0, 90 plus 22, 90 plus 45. So we can either quantize by the 45 to start with, just to pick this, and then re-multiply it by how many times it fit, like the remainder. And right now, the easy way to do that is to just do it by 90. So divide by 90, pass in remainder. But that 90 is really not what I want long term. It would be something like this number, the smallest common multiple of whatever. Or it would be like divide by this number. Actually, this is wrong. This is not 45. It's 22 again, and then 0. Is that right? Oh, shoot. How do I get from this to this? It's this plus 45, right? There's no obvious... It feels like this. I should just be able to rotate that. What? How did you look so old? Old? Hello? 67. Excuse me? What are you talking about? $67. Shut up. So yeah, why do I think this is fine? Well, I'm confused. I thought I was good there, but now I don't feel like it. I need to do a version that is this. Dude, if I look like this at 67, I'll be super happy. I don't know what you guys are worried about. So I need a second 22? Is that right? Why? No. I'm just seeing if my art makes sense. Here is up. I rotated up to get 45, right? If I do a pixel art that's this, that's the 22, and I want it to use it here, there's no clean 90-degree multiple to get to here. So actually I do need another one because I can't just rotate it. It's not going to work. Rotate 90 and then mirror. Oh, dude, that's absurd. You're actually right. Oh, God. Okay, I think this has to be like a very hard-coded solution then. This isn't going to work for every different thing. This is like specifically for 8 angles. It's not for anything else. It's for turning 3 angles into 8. Yeah. Okay. Bro. Repeat? What the hell? I never heard of repeat. Have you heard of repeat? Okay. All right. It never gives a negative. Uh-huh. I might need the negative. We'll see. This might need to be signed. Now, dude, this is so hard. So let's just like math it out. And actually we'll do it properly. So this is 0, 22, we'll do it clockwise. 45, 67, 90. So the logic here is something like this. I'm only going to use this every 90 degrees. So if my number is something like 135, then I say, how many times does 90 go into 135? Once. So subtract 90 once we cross over this. So I want to take the actual, like, flawed multiple The mod operation does that for you. 135 mod 90 equals 45. I don't want the 45. I want the 90. I want how many times the 90 goes in. I want to quantize this number by 90. Because I'm going to say, let's say it's 222. This is like 180. This is 275. Exactly. I'm saying, well, I need to know that the number I'm doing here is 180. It's 90 times 2 to get me to here. Start with that, plus the number of the angle that I chose for the particle, but that's baked into the particle. So I don't actually need to rotate the particle at all once I've picked my angle offset. The particle system knows what angle it's moving at. Well, the particles are drawn with the extra offset. The only problem here is we don't have a 67 version. But honestly, I don't see why we shouldn't just... I think we should just do a 67. I just think that's going to make it easier for our brain. Unless we can... I don't know. It's like if we've... It's too complicated, right? I just think adding one more isn't going to hurt us. In fact, we should just call it 67. Hello? I'll keep the up. I like that. Bup, bup, bup. And actually... Well, it's probably going to end up a lot. I do feel a little bit bad about it, but it's not the end of the world either way. So this is 64 centered. And that's how easy that is. So, not too much trouble. Okay, now we're good. So, first thing we have to do is for each of these, we have to, I guess I have to do this as well. For the big ones, I have to go more like this. Bump, bump. Good. Dude, I hate the way that tags work in this. I hate it. Bump, bump, bump. One more. So that's up. This is going to be a 22. This is going to be a 45. This is going to be your 6, 7. Okay. I think we're at like 14,000 or 13,500. We're getting there. I don't mind doing this kind of stuff. This doesn't, for some reason, this doesn't bother me. It actually feels like small potatoes. I don't know why. If it takes me like a day and I get it right, okay, I spent one day and I solved all the water effects for my game, you know? What's one more day when I've already spent like weeks? Okay. So we're at 0. I guess it should be called big. Alrighty. So pass this in here, replace go. Pass this in here, pass this in here, press go. This in here, this in here, go. This here, this here, go. This here, this here, go. This here, this here, go. 2 more. This here, this here, go. Ah, wrong one. Go. This here, this here, go. Okay. Now I should be able to test that. So these are all the 67s. These are the 67 shorts. 45 big, 45 short. 22 big, 22 short, 0 big, 0 short. Okay. So, tolerance is 0.1. Let's call it 0.16. Inherent velocity, 0.05. Align to velocity. I don't think we need that anymore. It's already going to do that. Okay. Ugh. So this should only happen if tolerance, if dist is greater than 0. Nope. Not quite. Thank you. Dude, I'm so tired. Don't know what's going on with me. Okay, it looks like we're not... It's not the worst thing in the world. They're just not angled correctly. So when I turn perfectly right, I should get... Yeah, I get up. So I need to rotate it 90 degrees. Okay, plus 90. It's getting closer. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. For one wish list, sure. I mean, you could head to the Steam page for sure, but I'm just in the middle of something. All right, Yo-Yo Bob's brother. You know what? No, I can't. I'm too tired. I can't do it today. I'm sorry. I mean, my brain context is going to fall apart if I stop for a second. I literally won't be able to finish what I'm doing right now if I stop to pitch the game. I'm so sorry. So what's going on here? Debug.log dist. So what did I do then? Uh-oh. I think we might have a Stack Overflow. Because we didn't pick one. Whoops. Let's just pass that in just to get us a little bit further. The water is getting somewhere. I'm in a really good spot. I just have to get past this one little bit. Is it that they're stopping? Is it the stop? Why? Ooh. Come on, man. No, don't worry. I'm actually not able to remember what I was thinking when I said oh. I'm feeling very tired at the moment. I don't understand. While dist is greater than tolerance, dist minus equals travel. Am I passing dist? No. So like new dist equals dist. Negative 23. Okay, then travel here is totally not right. No. Wait a second. This length value is this value. What have I written there? Oh, it's in pixels. Okay, well, that makes sense. Hey, we're back. All right, getting closer. When I go really fast, it seems fine. Clockwise, I can't tell. Clockwise seems okay. If I go straight up, it's just confused. This is really confused. Like half of them going backwards, going all over the place. So this is happening a lot. And that's happening because what is the angle that we're getting? The particles found for angle 89. Anything close to 90 degrees is a problem. And I think that's because I've written this, it's the 0.5 between 90 and 89.5. And it's specifically because I've written 22 here. This should be 22.5. If you can imagine how ridiculous that is. Zero, 22.5, 45, 67.5. All right. So now the question is, what is making it choose these? Zero and 24. So actually this number has to be 25. No, it has to be 16. Okay, we did get multiple runs, so that works. Wait. Those are some strange angles. Look at these numbers. It should be. I think this is dumb. Let's just do it in a really not sophisticated way. That's radians and I want degrees. You're checking the angle between two positions. I don't think that makes sense. I'm pretty sure it does. Does it not? How is it? How is that not what that is? Oh, maybe I'm confused. Well, then maybe it was already right then. That's what it seems to want to do. But maybe it's this raid to dig that is not right. Maybe we just want to do that. That doesn't seem right either, though. These numbers are all over the place. Might as well be random, it looks like. Unless pre-spawn gets set somewhere awkwardly that I'm not expecting it to. It could be this. Hang on. I think I know what it is. Well, no, that shouldn't do anything. You just try that. Keep it simple. Bruh, I have no idea. Is it this? Is it the mod? Let's ask. Help me. Help me, Claude. Really? Just that? But I need the particle transform position to be updated. I need that. Dude, this experiment sucked. This sucked. This whole thing was bad. I might just chuck it out. Annoying. I'll put it on a branch and I'll just leave it there. Whoa. Dude, what is happening right now? I really had a good thing going. That's what I had. It's not a free account, but I also can't choose. I don't have Claude. I have GitHub Copilot, so I get to choose if I'm doing prompting, which I'm not. I guess these are the ones I get to choose. So you reckon Luna? I'll use Luna. Sol or Opus? I can't get Sol. Anyway. So what's going on here? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm using the wrong one. That's why. This I'm disabling. I really feel like Shift A toggled this. I feel like I knew that and I was using it for ages, and now it doesn't do that anymore. Why did I get confused? Yeah, dude, that looks really good. Let's just go with this for now. Is it Alt Shift A? Alt Shift A. Okay, you got it. I have enhancements that I know I want to do. I want to add variations so that it's not rotating the pixels on the different angles. Right now, it's literally rotating the particle system, but I don't want to do that. I want to choose non-angular particles. And I was planning on making it so that when I was going on longer stretches of straight, I could use bigger particles that looked more watery, more like a body of water with more flow. So if it was a long distance of not a lot of change, I could, instead of stamping 3 small brushes, I would stamp a bigger one. I know, it looks good. I think I'm going to cut my losses for the time being and just use this. Yeah, I understand. I understand where I'm at. Okay. Okay. I think what I have to do is do that. Go to here, go to effects. And replace this with that. Hey, Saram. Okay, that's getting better. I don't know why we have this missing texture. So weird. That looks fine to me. What is the issue? Invalid world AABB. Object is too large or too far away from origin. Why? Object transform is corrupt? What the heck? What did I do? I didn't do anything. There we go. So the problem is that this is not aware of when it's being enabled. Try that. Not quite. Is there a Unity event here called So you had a question, Saram. What do I think about C#? Is it harder to learn than C++? No, it's easier. It's much easier. So annoying. Oh, that sucks. So bad. Much better. Oh, he seems to have solved it too. That's good. Hello?
Okay.
Hi. One sec, pals. Hey, Saravati. Thank you so much for the sub. All right. So we got this thing working. I'm not sure what... At the start of this, we get quite a lot of these spawning at the same time. Oh, I mean, you don't have to wait for an occasion to do that. The coffers are empty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's try that. Damn, that sucks. No good, no good. Oh, that's no good either. What the hell? It's not even being run. Nailed it. Cool. Now, if I parry you... Okay, that's fine. Okay. Well, I think we're doing well at that point. Oh, thank you so much, Catalina. Yeah, it's tough. Hey, Mohammed. Since 2017, long time. So, does any other ability get affected by this is the problem, or the question. If we go to drill, I don't think the lightning... No, it's fine. Okay. All right. So we're all the way back to here. Which is this. So I guess my concern is that this could be bigger, I don't know, more explosive, something. I do have another version, but I don't really like how that looks. It's kind of too much. I'm not using Rider, I'm using VS Code. It is the material theme named Ocean. Rider. You think my CPU can handle that hog? I would never. All right. I mean, this is fine. I could just do like another version of it. I wanted to do, yeah, more. Let's go back to this one. Or maybe actually, do you know what would be good? If we take charge and we just make it a water ability. Might be a bit more trouble than it's worth right now. Let's try it. Yeah, not as expressive as the fire. I think I really nailed it with the fire. I love how it reacts. And all this does is just plays all the particle systems all the time at different emission rates. I think I want more of that chaos. Hey, Plotterata. Yeah, I feel like this is like it's quite safe. The hard part is that this is so square and obvious and additive. It's so easy to do a bunch of fire particles. The water, I can do another version that doesn't have the same, that's got like more width to it. We could just try it. It wasn't. It wasn't what I wanted. It was too much sort of like procedural stuff going on, and I just don't think it looked wet. It kind of looked like, yeah. There was a point in like 2023 when I spent like a month and a half on it, and it looked okay. But I don't think ultimately it was too hard to maintain that effect. I don't think this is going to look much better. No. I know you like them. It's so frustrating when I know what I want. Like, I know what I want. It's not just like I'm looking for something. It's like, no. I know what it needs to look like. I just am having a hard time getting it there. And as I'm working, I can feel like it getting closer too. I think I might be working with too low a frame rate and too low a resolution right this second on this one. But I'll give it a go. I mean, that looks pretty watery, right? Surely. I have a slight problem of it overextending the pivot point, but I can fix that by doing this. I don't know Terraria. That's right. It is an Arabic name. Well, at this point, here's the real kicker. I don't need to do this anymore. I could just do this and just rotate the pixels as much as I want. Where's my scene? I don't know if I like it. Still looks like fire to me. I don't know if I see water. I literally tried foam just now. You guys saw that. Yeah, I just don't think it looked that good. Man, that's so annoying. Why did it look more like water before? This looked more like water earlier. Maybe there's just something fundamental about water that I haven't understood yet about how to animate it. No, not transparency. Absolutely not. The thing is, it didn't look fiery. Like, if I undo the commit, I'm just going to go back until it looks like how it used to look. That's the same thing, right? No, maybe the way it breaks up is a little bit more watery compared to before. It's not blue fire. It's supposed to be water. Yeah, it's the dispersion. I know it looks like blue fire. The problem is there are certain aspects of water that you can't really get around. One of them is that water reacts to gravity, and I can't do that here. It's just not possible. The second one is that water reacts with itself, which it's not as additive as fire. It kind of like becomes thicker. We had spray before, but I just think it didn't really feel like it fit. No, it can't have gravity like this. Not when I'm drawing it this way. The shader from a couple of years ago, it's not. It did cool stuff, but I think it was too complex for what it was worth, and I'm just trying to simplify it. I could do, what if I do like a 16 frame, like more frames, not 16, let's make it 12 frames or like 14, and I'll make it wider. I think it could be okay to have a couple to go random from, but I think I need to get the base version right first. It needs to be right initially, and then we can worry about the variations. I think if it was straight, I don't think that's right. I don't think straight is what we need. I think it does need to be swoopy. You know, if you look at, gosh, I've done so much research on this. Like, you're probably not gonna the intuition is probably not gonna be better than the amount I've put in. Like, it can be snake-like. That's snake-like. This is like originally what we had. Throneless titles? Throneless titles? I don't remember that. If that's a reference, that's too deep of a cut. We were thinking about doing that, eyes, but it's too complicated. For now, it's better to just do it this way. You just can't have weightless water. Well, they do. They literally do in Demon Slayer. Maybe it's a persistence thing. Maybe it's like, I just need for it to stick around a bit longer. Like, maybe it's the persistence of the ribbon. Don't give feedback while I'm midway through it. Don't worry about it. It's too hard for you to interpret. I'm not changing directions midway through animation. The window size is typically 640 by 360, but it changes as you play the game. I mean, the window size is like your monitor. Let's give that a go. Do I ever play the game on the CRT? I don't have a CRT to play it on. Hey, Drakes, how's it going? I'm working on water VFX. Okay, I think this might be too much. My feeling is it's going to be, there's things I know are going to work and things that aren't going to work. It's not going to work in that it's too long, but I think the duration is going to be really cool. Yeah, exactly. So I need to do a couple things. I need to increase the duration. The lifetime needs to be like 8. And then I need to move the pivot point to be, I could probably bring it all down, just all of the art. down to like, yeah, like here. Thing is, it's going past where it needs to go. So even if I do that, it still needs to be offset, but that might give us something. Well, I've been animating for a long time at this point. Not bad, huh? Probably not wet enough still. I might get rid of that last little flare. It's not there yet. No. It's so close. There's something really cool about how long it lasts. If it's just a straight line like that, it's not bad. There's a couple of other things I need to do here. One is that. Two, I think the head of it needs to be more solid. Yeah, agree. The formation at the tip is really cool. Like this moment is really good. So I'll work that back. More like a almost. I think the sprite editor stuff, I went a little bit too far. And then I guess we could just bring both layers up. I think I can afford to actually start it further up. I think like all of these frames wouldn't a separate animation for the head as it starts the trail and then another trail. No. Maybe, but that's not my plan right now. So it looks like we can kind of start thinking about what's ahead of this earlier. Like, start thinking about that might not be very good. Kind of looks like fishies. Yeah, I think I want to try something else. Very similar to this. Where instead of it going from here to here, it's almost always here, but it starts thin and there's like a thicker element that comes across from the bottom to the top, so that it's kind of going like that, like a backwards, like doing the worm but backwards rather than appearing forwards, because then I think it'll be a more straight line. So I think like the answer would be something like this. Like if I just do this on every frame, okay. Then we get this. And we can take it, we can try to bring it back a little bit. Then we get this. So that's probably as straight as that's going to get. That's as good as that's going to get in terms of like connecting all the dots. Okay. Then we can go, hey, thank you so much. We can start sort of thinner. And let's say by here we get the thickest version of it. Doing all sorts of stuff here. This is much more of a continuous thing at that point. So having it kind of think we're ending up back at smoke again though. I think it's too. I did too many clumps. I think there's something about it needs to be slower. Like the flow of the bits. I think one of you mentioned like holding shape. Like it needs to hold the shape. I'm just going to try something here. It's too electric, right? Too ropey. Back to this. This is actually so friggin' hard. This is Unity. Yeah, I think it's like too many wobbles. But the thing is, I want the width. Don't have a lot of faith in that. Hey. I think it's just too repetitive to have all this detail in it. We'd need alternate versions. Like 3 at least. It's so different from what I would have done from scratch at this point. But I'm kind of just going for it. I think this might be a good way to at least understand what I'm making, like how what I'm doing affects the total version. Hey, thanks for the sub. C Drake. Thank you. I'm starting to see it. I think I see what I'm missing. He's beginning to believe. Hey, Hyper Game Dev. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hey, forward raid. Nice. I think that the time it takes to dissipate the life cycle of the particle needs to be a little bit faster. We're trying, it's supposed to be water. I know it looks like flames right now, but we're trying to get water. I think it's okay. It's just a little too chaotic. It's a little bit too much. Look what they need. Look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Our power. I can't ever get that right. I can do a J. Jonah Jameson, but I don't know that. I haven't seen the show, so I don't know exactly how he says the line.
Look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of our power.
American accents, man. It's hard.
Now, get me a picture of Spider-Man. Or I'll burn your house down with the lemons. Not quite my tempo. Were you rushing or dragging?
His voice is actually insanely deep. He
talks from down here. You know, it's way down deep. Down there. It's almost like a Jeff Bridges kind of thing. It's just he talks a little bit slower. You know? Man. Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave.
I mean, we could go slower. I could go the other direction altogether. Just make it slower even. Like, literally a whole second. I think it needs to be faster than that. Then maybe if faster, then it needs to be more stable. Because it can't be like 0.65. Like, what is the speed of this thing? How fast should it dissipate? Half a second? What do you think? If you do an attack, let's actually try this out in a scene where we can use the ability, well, an ability that uses it. That's not too bad. I think they need to be further apart. A little. It's 5 extra pixels. It'll be fine. The reason why I don't want the front to be all white is because I think I want, the way I'm seeing it, I don't know if you guys are at this level yet. There's levels here. This is the thing. Each of these needs to feel like it's forming the basis of one chain. And so you need to be able to trace. When we talk about the head of the thing, it's all of this needs to be white for a frame or two. And then by the time this passes by, then all of this needs to be white for a frame or two. It's like the whole length needs to be white for a couple of frames because you're watching the head pass down. But it can't survive long enough. Like if you look at this is bad because there's white kind of, well, it's not too bad. There's white everywhere, but there should be like one thing that we can watch trace down from, I guess, from the front to the back, where it's like, I mean, maybe it's too, sorry, I need to be clear. I'm saying it wrong. This is the oldest stuff. So maybe the oldest stuff needs to end the whiteness sooner. Like maybe here, by the time we get to here, maybe there's not any more white at the front. D-Rex, never heard of it. Or them. Like the frontier needs to be white. And so this is probably, yeah, as far as that can really go. I think we're much, much closer now than we ever have been, if I can be honest. I think we're getting to something that feels clearly like water. Even if it doesn't behave on the Asebrite file very much like water, I think it feels like water more when we're looking at it. Yeah, I think we're actually getting closer. I like the splash at the end being a bit chaotic, a bit like it's all going in all different directions. I do have some drops. I think like 3 or 4 variations of this where it dissipates in different ways, I think would be fine. I also think we could probably get rid of this frame and then on this frame do that. Okay. So if I stabilize it a little bit more, I feel like I might be there. It's tough. Now that it's not going, when it's going straight, it kind of benefits from the more twisty look. But when it's going in a corner, I don't know if I need that so much. Yeah, definitely doesn't need it. It's like this line here, cutting across so aggressively. It doesn't feel that bad. Maybe this could be a bit much. Still way too curvy. It's not like I love it. I love looking at it. But I think it needs to be more stable still. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. My leg. Where is it? Yeah, but it's not water from a cup. It is magic water. Hello, Oxaz. Like, it's not trying to be real. It's just trying to be water. I think it's getting really close, if I'm being honest. I'm starting to get kind of mesmerized by it. Should I focus on pixel art first and then learn to code, or focus on both together? I think both together would be a good approach. There's no need to wait until you're good at one thing to learn another thing. And you'll use both at the same time anyway if you're making stuff.
It has been far too long, friend.
Nah, code first doesn't get you anywhere. Code first is like, it's not, there's no reason to have one skill and not the other. You know, if you want to learn both, learn both. Like, there are lots of artists out there who learned code way after they learned how to be artists. And I don't think that they're at a disadvantage at all. Honestly, I think no matter what you do, you're going to have a lack of experience in one domain or another. And I think it's a bit of a cope from the developer side. If you're like a developer and you think of yourself as a developer, the idea of like learning development is, it's kind of like, it's not wrong if that's what you want to be. But for someone who's more creatively minded, I think it's better for them to develop their creative skills first, because the difference is you end up much better equipped to know what you want to make. I think a lot of like mathy, programmery types, engineer types will learn how to make a bunch of stuff, and then they'll be like, I don't know what I should make. Like, I don't have like an idea for like a game, or like I'm not inspired to make anything. I learned all this stuff, and now I'm just making stuff. Like I made a marching squares thing. I made a, terrain generation. I learned about cube maps. I learned about ray tracing. And then at the end, they're like, well, I don't know what to do with all this knowledge that I have. Because techniques aren't games. Whereas somebody who knows what they want to make, they can actually research the exact techniques that they need as they're learning. Like, if you're trying to make a game specifically, I actually think not knowing how to code until you start trying to make your game, it could take you longer because you don't have the fundamentals. But it also means that, assuming you're willing to put the same amount of time in, you're going to learn the fundamentals that you need more than someone who's just been making like random experiments for 6 years. That person still doesn't know how to make a game. They know how to build a game, but they don't know how to design a game. They don't know which things they need for their game. I think I have too many frames. What do you think? Feels like the frame rate's really high, but the effect is on screen for a long time. It's like both. Maybe I just need to make it smoother. It's crazy to me because this feels, to me, when I'm looking at it, feels so smooth. Like, I can trace all the bits, I think. I think I can trace all the bits. But maybe this needs to be at like a higher frame rate. I mean, how much better can I get? How much smoother can it be? Not how much better can I get, but how much better can it get? I still think, I mean, there's probably more here I could do. Let's just keep going. I don't usually animate at high frame rate, but I think I'm discovering that there's more to be done. Like 80% better, probably. All right, this better look good. I'm putting in too much time. Honestly, still a little squiddy. I'm just going to try one other thing here. That's probably too close, right? Hit me with 4 more pixels. What do you reckon? I think the only thing that I want is variation. I think with a bit of variation, it's amazing. Give me like 3 versions of this thing. Slightly like fatter droplets would have been nice too, but I'm not really complaining. I feel like we could get some of these bursts a little sooner. Like, don't hear me say. All right. Well, I think we found our template. Hey, Dark and Hell, by hand. I just animated it by hand. Yo, Ricardo Jones, thanks for the sub. I'm just going to see if I can use one of the older ones. Just, if I chuck it in, it might be okay. I know it's not quite the same. How about that? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's alternating between the two. "10 years. the sound effect. Okay, I think we actually got the right strategy there. We can bring them ever so slightly closer together. But I think right now it's like one more variation. I might just do it anyway. I'm going to do it. Hang on. What if I take this one as well? Do you know what? I'll use this one as well. I'll just do it. Imagine if all three of them are just perfect together. It's maybe a little fiery would be my only thing. It's pretty good. I think I'm pretty happy with that. It's definitely some of my best work. I'll just see if I can get... Yeah, I just needed more frames. For like an attack, I can't think of a better Like, it's such a good smear. It's awesome. Like, if someone does a punch and it goes, that's sick. Hard to beat that, I think. I've got spray. And I've got splashes, actually. But let's just chuck the spray in there. What? I've been trying to find a reason to keep the spray. Okay. All right, check me out. Check me out. Wait. Wait. Don't check me out. Okay, now check me out. Too noisy, the spray, or look good? We can let it live longer. Well, I put a lot of work into it since yesterday. I'm not really impressed with the way this. I love this. I don't mind that. I'm not impressed with the way this breaks up. Well, I'm glad you noticed in any case that it looked better. I mean, if you didn't feel that way, it's kind of a waste of like a whole day. All right, I'm starting to get tired now. I think it's time to wrap it up. I think that the third particle system, which has fewer textures, needs to die sooner. There we go. It's just the frame rate's not quite the same as the others. That's better. Honestly, I think the drops might be distracting. I kind of prefer it without the spray. That looks sick, man. Now I'm proud to put this in a trailer. Do you know what I mean? Like, until you get to that point, it's almost like, I don't want to do it. I'm not ready to show this to anybody. But like now, okay, I'm pretty much ready. You know, I don't mind showing that to people because it's cool. Before it's cool, I don't want you to see it because I know I can make it better. That's what I'm saying. I know I can make it better. I can feel that it's not where I want it to be, and I know where I want it to be. So I just got to keep working on it. Now watch this. Sine wave, time minus spawn time, math times pi times 2. Try that. Faster. Now that is sick. And I kind of wanted to overshoot a little. I didn't delete the spray. I disabled the spray. Pour water. That's what I want. That's true. They do call me that. They do call me the Pixel King. It's in the song. And now we just got to get this a little bit slower. Let's make that 0.5. And slow this down a little bit. The C stands for Pixel King. Oh, that's so freaking cool. Yeah, I could do a scene where I show you all the effects. We could even have this start a little earlier even. Bring it another frame back. I think this could even go to 6. The grass is the least interesting right now. The leaf abilities, it's pretty lame by comparison. I'll get there. I should have made the snake in here. Hang on. Let's bring the snake in. Where'd the snake go? This is mostly hand-coded. It's like 99.9%. Sweet. Dude, I'm happy. I'm happy. The water looks really good. It just fits. I'm not really worried about it at all at this point. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, yep, that looks good. Games that inspired this combat system. Honestly, somewhere between Kingdom Hearts and Sekiro and Smash Brothers. That's pretty much what it is. Like Smash Brothers for sure. the magic system sort of grew from that. Hang on. Oh, he got me. All right, sweet. Very happy. I can put those scenes in a test. Yeah, the pièce de résistance of combat system right now is this enemy. This is the most fighting game enemy in the game. Because you have to parry him. If you just attack when he's not pressured, you barely do any damage. So you have to... Ugh. There you go. Whew. Yeah. It's I'm very happy at this point with where the combat system is sitting. I think it's going to be challenging for new players. Hopefully they don't find it too distressing that it's like more complicated than Sekiro. But you can train as a training dummy. Oh, 6. Hang on. I got this. Come on. Thank you for the sub. Oh, 27. I'm too tired for this. Hey, Kudan Mang, thank you so much for the sub. Yo, everyone, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, I gotta go, but you should definitely go wishlist Insignia on Steam. Oh my gosh, can I spell? There we go. Please. You can even play the playtest. Exactly, Insignia. Thanks, everybody. Dude, this water has taken me so long to get right. And it's not even, I don't even think this is the most visually impressive, like, particle tests that I've done. Some of these particle tests looked so good, and I just couldn't, for whatever reason, get them looking good in game. Like, there are so many of these that looked sweet. Look at that. I would have thought so many of these would have been like amazing in game, and none of them were for some reason. I just couldn't get it. Never got access. I will have to unlock access to some more players. Right now, I think I have too many playtesters. There's like 3,000 people who have signed up. I wonder if I can selectively unlock access. I'm not sure. I'm a little scared. What does too many mean? I mean, like if the game isn't super representative of what it will be and people don't get like the best impression from it, then I'll feel they might like think the game's no good. I don't know. Like they might not pay attention for when the game comes out. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. All right, I gotta go. That was sick. That was so fun. Adds water particles. New water particles. That look sick. And they're off grid. Uh-oh. Mixels. Rotating pixels. Uh-oh. But I don't care at this point. They look good. It's not even, it doesn't even matter. Oh. Okay, I gotta go. I'm having too much fun playing my game. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Who are we raiding? Baba Dubois? I speak French though. Ryanart. French? Ew. Mon Dieu. C'est terrible. All right. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,